Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all the chess fans. We are here to follow the last round, of European Individual Women Championship, which is held in Prague. Today we have the last round on the program, but first of all we will see what happened yesterday in the 10th round on the top boards. So what was interesting is maybe the story of an outsider, Maria Gevorgian, who lost the last two games. So she had 6.5 out of 8, but then she lost in a very fighting game against Mamadzada, and yesterday she lost against Krčan, her teammate of Armenia. But if she wins, she still has good chances to be in the top 10, I think. On the fifth board, Malcevskaya Alexandra of Poland has beaten Mainarva from Estonia. So Alexandra Malcevskaya has, of course, good chances to be on the top. Anna Ushenina on the sixth board. She won the game against the Polish hero from Chennai, Olivia Kielbasa, who is now out of the session. And what is still interesting, Irina Bulmaga, the top board of Romania in Chess Olympiad, after a very bad start in this event. She managed to win several games in a row, and now she's on 7 out of 10, so still good chances to be qualified. What is still interesting, this young, huge talent, Elin Rebers from Netherlands. She's just 15 years old, I think. Also played in Chennai on the top board of Holland. She made some great result, like 8 points out of 10 or something very similar. Finished second on the top board. In the first rounds in Prague, she was tired, I think. So she started very slowly, but she has won the last 5 games, I think. So now she is really back on 7 points, and she can fight for the top 5 or something similar. Nana Zagnidze, the first seed of this tournament. Yesterday she won finally against Babia and is now on 6.5, so still some chances to qualify. And Lela Yavakshvili, her teammate, on the same situation with 6.5. Let's have a brief look on the current standings after 10 rounds. Monika Sočko has a great tournament, still leading, 8 points out of 10. On the second place, Mamadzada Gunay, the young star of Azerbaijan, 7.5, Malcevskaya 7.5, and Lilith Krčan also 7.5. What are the women playing for in this tournament? I can show some interesting prizes. You see in this tournament 20 prizes. All of them are quite interesting, but what counts more, I think, the first 9 players will qualify for the World Cup. So this is, I think, most important as the financial prizes. And if we see once more on the current standings, at 7 points, Danielian, Fatalieva, Mamadova, Ushenina, Gaponenko, Rebers and Bulmaga. Now Bulmaga on 11th place, so Of course, Buchholz will decide. Buchholz got 1. And some of the players with 6.5, for instance, Zagnidze, Gevorgian, maybe some other, have still chances if they win today. I mean chances for the qualification. And today's pairing is of course interesting and exciting in the last round. So who would bet on quick draws on the top boards? Maybe is disappointed because generally I think that chess women are maybe more tired compared to men, but they are also more fighting usually. So in the men's event, I would expect some quick draws, let's say on the first board, because it can suit both the players according to gold medal, to other medal, or to qualification, of course. But it looks so that the fight will go on. So the fight for the first place is still open. Monika Sočko is leading by a half point. But her game is still on, of course, and on the second board is the game between Mamadzada and Maltsevskaya. It can be also very, very sharp and exciting game. And we should not forget, according to the Buchholz, for instance, when the first board is drawn, then, for instance, Mamadzada, if she wins with white pieces against Maltsevskaya, which is maybe possible, so she can be on the first place because of this Buchholz cut 1. So I mean, almost all the games on the top boards will be played. So I expect, in this case, no really quick draws. On the third board, Bulmaga against Danielian. Bulmaga has to play. I think Rebers in the same situation with a very bad Buchholz situation, and so on. So now we will switch finally to the games. Today's round started 2 hours earlier as usually, so not at 3 p.m. but at 1 p.m. already. The game between Sočko and Mkirčian, you see, is the Queen's Indian line. Still nothing really happened, and of course Fianchetto on G2 comes, and the same I would expect as black on B7. Nothing really interesting yet. On the second board, so we have this Rui Lopez line. With bishop c5 on the fourth move, and after c3, knight g e7. I don't use any engines now, so I will use the only engine in my head. Maybe d4 is coming. Let's say e takes, c takes, some check on b4, bishop d2 or knight c3. Maybe exchange of the bishops. Possibly b5, bishop away, and castle, but this line looks a bit risky for black. Or the second line, which includes move d5, but after e5 generally our white should be slightly better. Let's look on other boards. Now the game on board number 3, Bulmaga, Danielian. The current situation, Danielian, she needs, I think, just a draw to be qualified, and Bulmaga needs to win, I believe. So we have the French defense. This Mac-Kitchen line with h6, bishop goes back, knight e4, queen g4. It can be very, very sharp position soon. So on g7 is hanging. It's still deep, deep theory. King f8, a3. If knight takes, of course, a takes b4. So that's why bishop takes, b takes, and c5. The position is already very asymmetrical, with a bishop pair for white and a bad king of black on f8, but the pawn structure favors black. What is going on the next board? So Rebers, this young huge talent of Netherlands, against ex-world champion Anna Ushenina. I mean, in the current situation, Ushenina needs just a draw to be qualified, but Rebels needs to win. So no a quick draw can we expect. Ushenina chose the Petrov defense, which is very, very solid, and Rebels will try to make something at least. On the next board is the game between the Azerbaijan teammates, Fatalieva against Mamadova, both rated around 2-4-0-0. They are both on 7 points out of 10. I think in this case, as we see on the current standings, I think in this case a draw would favor maybe all of them, both of them. You see with 7 points and solid Buchholz cut 1, but the qualification would be tough in this case. So still teammates of Azerbaijan, but I think they will try to play at least. So the position reached some line of Queen's Gambit, exchange variation with the black bishop going directly on d6, and after bishop g5, knight goes on e7. This is very interesting stuff, because usually the black pieces go another way. Let's say after queen c2, quite normal and solid and maybe boring is to play knight f6, and after bishop g5, bishop e7. These are the usual and normal places for the pieces but Mamadova chooses another way. Maybe she wanted to surprise her teammate and chooses bishop d6 and knight e7. A bit risky, but interesting. e3, bishop f5, yeah. So in this way she can use the knight on e7, which is protecting the black bishop. And to solve, let's say, the main problem of this opening, because otherwise white of course wants to play bishop d3 next, and white is then for always better on this diagonal. So that's why black has to hurry. And after bishop f5, we can have a brief look into some combinations. This is very funny combination after queen takes f5, which is the blunder, as I think. If black takes simply, then is this endgame, which is maybe equal, maybe white is slightly better, but after queen takes f5, of course, here is the intermediate check on a5, and if I say correctly, white loses the queen on the next move. So queen takes f5 is not possible. Another possibility is to take on e7 in this position. And now we have, let's say, equal endgame. At least I think. After bishop takes c2, both the queens are trade off, and we reach this position with a bishop pair for black. So black is definitely okay. In the game happened after bishop f5, white already played bishop d3, so a solid move with some exchanges of the pieces to follow. What's going next? Maybe just briefly, Javakishvili against Gaponenko. I think Javakishvili, as I see, has only 6.5 points, so now currently on place 20. According to her very bad Buchholz, I think she has already no real chances to be qualified. So Gaponenko, on the other way, is on 9th place. As I told you, nine first players will qualify for the World Cup. So Gaponenko is on the edge, and she needs at least a draw. So what is going on? English opening. With double fianchetto of white. Still played quickly from both sides. Rook c1, bishop f8, knight e4. But now Gaponenko started to think. She usually, as I see in almost every game, she usually spends a lot of time already in the opening, and now it's the same case. If the time is right, she thinks already a half of an hour. On the next game, a top-seeded Zagnidze against Beydulaeva from Azerbaijan. Queen's Indian defense with huge exchanges to follow, I think, on e4 square or somewhere similar. Okay, these are already the players of not such an interest. I mean, concerning the qualification. Maybe the only one who has still some chances to qualify is this outsider on paper from Armenia, Georgian Marta or Maria, seeded as number 63, I think, but she lost the last 2 games, now on 6.5 with a good Buchholz, so only a win can make qualification in her case. But of course, facing Inyats with black pieces, a little favorite is the white player, of course. And I should have a look on some Czech players as well. The best Czech player is Tereza Rothstein. She had a very good finish in this event. She's now on 34th place here. I think she made some 4 points out of the last 5 games or something very similar. With 6 points out of 10. No chances of qualification, but of course a good tournament for her and chance to be in the top 20, let's say. Yesterday she had a very fighting game against Joanna Rapport. Firstly she was a pawn down, then a pawn up, a winning endgame, but she suffered a bit and the game ended as a draw only. A bit pity for Tereza. Next Czech players, Natalia Kanyakova now on 47th place with 5.5 huge amount of plus rating. Surely a good tournament for her. Anna Lhotska, a huge talent of Czech Republic in these categories with 5 points out of 10. No draw at all, only wins and losses with 100 points plus on rating. Julia Movsesian, our Czech number 1, is a bit suffering, of course tired after Chennai, and so on. So this is the game from Tereza Rothstein against a German player, Josephine Heinemann. Still theory, some Sicilian line, Najdorf with g3, and knight goes back on e2. Just quickly, the rook is attacked and goes on b7. Still nothing really happens. The next game of a Czech player, Natalia Kanyakova against Evgenia Doluhanova from Ukraine. Just quickly, English opening. triple fianchetto. Interesting stuff. Maybe both players are out of theory already. Anything can happen. Now black is on the move. If black goes, for instance, with bishop f5, I think it's too early, because white doesn't need to play d4 in this position and plays d3 with e4 on the next move. So bishop f5 is premature. I would expect a move like knight bd7. White can make d4, of course, but as I know Natalia, she doesn't like this move, and maybe she will play slowly with d3 first, and knight bd2, and maybe e3 or e4. Julia Movsesian against Lach Alexandra. Bishop opening. D6 after 8 minutes. So I think both players are out of preparation. Knight d5, the last move. So white is threatening in some moment to take on e5 and to play bishop g5, this unpleasant pin. But in every moment, black can take on d5. Maybe already now or later. h6 can be played to prevent bishop g5. Let's look further. Anna Locka. Facing Spanish member of national team, international master Garcia Martin. So Queen's Gambit with this popular a6 move, c takes, e takes, g3 after a long thought for 12 minutes. I think bishop f4 is usual in this position. g3, c6, bishop g2. And black can develop the pieces as she wants. So let's say knight f6, quite normal and boring. Bishop e7, both castle. And the position looks like this exchange line of Queen's Gambit, with one exception: the bishop isn't on d3, but is on fianchetto, so the plans are slightly different. I think white can also use the center to move the white pawns. Let's say the plan with bishop f4, the knight e5, maybe f3, e4, and so on. I think black should, in this position, put his bishop on this diagonal to control the important e4 square. Let's say bishop f5. Okay, white is on the move, so bishop f4, bishop f5. Next idea, h6 to hide the bishop on h7. Maybe now white can use this circumstance with knight h4. So what is next? Natasha Richterová against Mariana Huda. Natasha Richterová, the current Czech champion of women. It looks like a very solid line, which is approximately equal. D takes c4. I'm sure Natasha takes back with the bishop. So let's say bishop takes c4. Maybe bishop e7. Knight d2 or c3. Let's go here. Black castles. Maybe rook c1 or knight goes via f3 to e5 square. But the position is anyway equal. Okay, we should go back to the top boards. So, on the first board already a draw. So Monika Sočko decided to offer a draw on the move number 8 in this position, and she has finished the tournament with 8.5 out of 11, which is a great result. Maybe it's enough for the gold medal, but as I told you, Gunay Mamadzada, if she wins, it can be very, very tough on tie breaks. We had this position of Queen's Indian, Bishop a6 line after 6 minutes. Lead Mkruchani is a very serious player. She doesn't want to miss any good chance. Queen a4. This line played quickly, so Monika Sočko was prepared to play this opening and to offer draw quickly. Bishop e7. Bishop g2, c5. Now white cannot push d5 because the queen is somewhere else. D takes, bishop takes, and castle with a draw offer, and this was accepted. We'll see on the time. White is 20 minutes up. But Sočko is surely at least second in this race, maybe the first. And Lilith Mkruchan, she secures, of course, the qualification with 8 points, but maybe it's enough for the medal. Who knows? So what's going on the second board? Mamadzada against Maltsevskaya. We had this position, knight g e7. Now I shortly analyzed a move like d4, but it didn't happen, not yet. Castle after 7 minutes, knight g6. If the time is correct, then Maltsevskaya is still in the preparation, and Mamadzara has to think from the move number 5 or 6. So, knight g6, d4, bishop goes back. So this line, it looks a bit risky for black. But Maltsevskaya surely knows what to do. Bishop g5, f6, bishop e3, castle. Knight bd2 after almost 10 minutes of thought. I just make a short look at d5. What is going on here? If black captures first on e3, then I think d takes is possible. Bishop on e3 is still hanging, and if it goes away, comes c takes d7 and white wins. So after d5, black has to make a knight move, let's say knight e7. White can take on a7, rook takes. Now black in the next move wants to make d6, of course. But white is on the move. d6 is playable, I think. And the position looks a bit strange for black. C takes, queen takes. The d pawn is backward, always this check on b3. I'm not sure what is going on here. I prefer white in this position. So I think d5 was a good option, but in the game comes knight d2, d6, rook e1, king h8. Still quickly played from Maltsevskaya. h3, e takes, c takes. So white builds a solid pawn center, some space advantage. Knight ce7 is the last move. The next possibilities of black are moves like d5. This is one push, or on the other side f5. This should both players control. The position may be slightly better for white, maybe unclear. On the next board, French defense, very sharp position between Bulmaga and Danielian. I go shortly back. We had this position after a3, bishop takes, pawn takes, c5, bishop d3. Both players are maybe out of the preparation. I think they surprised each other already. Bishop d3, c takes, knight e2. So Bulmaga sacrificed 2 pawns already. But of course white can still take some pawns back, like bishop takes e4 and knight takes e3. Next, I can have a look. Bishop takes, pawn takes, I think white should castle first, because capturing on c3 looks annoying because of queen d4. But of course white can castle first if she wants, with good possibilities to capture both the pawns c3 and e4. Some problems with the black king. Some problems later with the pawn structure of white, let's say. Rebels, ušenina. I think this is a very good model game for rebels, for this 15 years old girl of Netherlands, how to play with white if she must win. Ušenina, a very experienced player, ex-world champion of women. She has chosen the Petrov defense, this which is usually rock solid, and tries to exchange all the pieces, not to let the player of Netherlands to attack. By the way, attack is a very good discipline of rebels, I think. 97, yeah. A typical stuff where white is maybe slightly better, but black is rock solid. What can come next? Bishop f4 is possible. Knight can go on f6. With the next idea to jump with one of the knights to e4 square. And of course, even in this solid situation, the game can become very, very unclear and chaotic. Or white can play knight g3 first. Black can maybe make the same or very similar plan with knight f6. Let's say bishop g5. But h6 is still a move. Maybe bishop g5 can be a little provocation. And now bishop can exchange on f6. Or can go back on f4, and sometimes later some prospects to sacrifice a piece on h6. Fatelia Mamadova, Queen's line, Queen's gambit exchanged. We had this position. Both players of Azerbaijan, both on 7 points out of 10, so both have good chances to qualify. Normal development, but now h4, so white wants to make an attack in the future. f6. This is the difference between the position when the black knight is usually on f6. Now it's on e7, so the moves with the f pawns are possible. Bishop f4, what else? Bishop takes, e takes. So the pawn structure of white is maybe good in the middle game, but of course not in the end game. In the end game, four black pawns against 3 on the queen's side. This could be a good factor. Some compensation for white is the square e6. So e6 here, can white build some outposts later, let's say double rooks on e file and to use e6 square. Maybe later some maneuvers like knight e2, the pawn on f5, knight f4 and knight e6. But this is now of course still abstract. Yevakishvili against Gaponenko. So we had the position a move earlier with knight e4, Gaponenko spending 30 minutes of her time. Finally she decided to play f5. But it doesn't mean that she is in a bad shape, because usually she spends so lot of time already in the openings. Knight goes back on c3, so it was a little provocation. I think maybe the provocation comes after e4. The knight has to go back on e1, I think. But in this position, white can still prepare some breaks like d3, usually, maybe also f3. I would consider knight e5 as a move, because otherwise d3 is already coming. Let's say if bishop e6, d3, and if black collaborates with e takes, knight jumps, I would say on f4 in the next move, and white should be surely better. But after knight e1, of course d3 should be considered from both players. So let's say knight e5, taking the look on d3 square. Now d3 is also possible, but an isolated pawn is on the program, let's say, in this position. So this is surely not a big goal for white to go for this. So back after knight e5, white must consider some other ways to break through. Maybe a move like f3, but a bit risky, of course. Let's say e takes, knight takes, after check on c5, king h1, bishop can be hanging on the c file, so it's not really well protected there. And who knows? In the game is already played e4 move after a quarter of an hour, knight e1, and knight e5 really happened. So this is the prophylaxis against d3 plan. Yevakishvili is still playing very quick their moves. So she has already a 40 minutes advantage on the clock. Another plan in this position for white is to wait with the breaks and to move the knight firstly on c2 and then in the next move on e3, let's say some useful move, let's say c6, knight e3, and to play in this position. So in the next game, Beduleva against Zagnidze. Zagnidze, the Georgian number 1, with 6.5 points. She has to win to qualify. But we reached this rather solid position. I think we were on move 7. I proposed some exchanges, and this will happen in the future. d6, queen c2. So as always in the Queen's Indian, it's a big fight for the e4 square. White wants to make e4 push, and black wants to blockade this with the knight in this position, or maybe with the help of the pawn with f5. Knight takes d2, knight takes huge exchanges. Knight d7, rook d1, c5. I mean, the position is about equal. Nothing interesting really happened here. White can play maybe knight f3 to protect d4 square. Here can be an exchange. Pawn takes, knight takes. The black queen should go instead the bishop to b7, let's say via c8 or c7. I think it doesn't matter so much. And we reach the typical position of hedgehog. So later with a6 and all the 4 pawns on the 6th rank. Another possibility after c5 is to play d5 in one moment. So let's say now. Of course, black doesn't take on d5 because of this stupid and backward pawn on d6. But after d5, natural move is e5, and to make some counterplay on the king side. Let's say e4, bishop g5, because otherwise the bishop is rather bad on this square. So the bishop can, in this position, maybe operate on this diagonal. The push f4 is possible in some positions, but of course a bit risky. Now we can reach the funny situation with a possible line e takes, g takes, a sacrifice on f4, rook takes, queen gives check on g5, attacking the rook. King has to come to f3, knight e5 check, king e3, and black sacrificed a piece for a pawn. The white king, of course, is not so safe on e3 square. The line, of course, this is a funny line, but the line can continue with knight g4 check. Using this pin, king has to go back, so at least a perpetual is here, but black can take another pawn on h2, king goes back. And black is definitely better, I think. So he can open the position with f5 later. Now he can give a check on g3 and to capture an exchange back, but who knows what's going on in this line. The exchange is won, but now the king on e3 is more or less safe, and white can start a counter-attack. So this was a very funny and long line, which I think will not happen. Krčia and Salimova, these are already the players with 6.5, with no real chances to qualify or to be in the top 9. The position is rather equal. Sargsyan and Millie, the same situation, almost no real chances to qualify. Equal. Inyats, Gevorgian, the only player who can qualify in this at these boards is Maria Gevorgian, as I told you her story, but she has to win with black pieces. I can shortly look what was going on. So Maroczy wall against Dragon. Knight c5 as usually. Yeah, and white can prepare this jump on d5 or make it immediately. I personally think in this type of positions white should play more slowly with, let's say, this rook on b1. I'm showing just the plan, and after queen b6 the second rook to c1, and to very slowly and carefully to try to make this push a3 and b4. Of course there are some tricks like hanging the pawns on b3, or the black queen can also go on b4 and so on. But I think this plan is quite possible. After knight c5, rook c1, queen b6, knight jumps to d5, bishop takes. Yeah, of course, the black queen doesn't want to go back on d8. So bishop takes, c-pawn takes, maybe more ambitious for white is to take with the e-pawn. To start to play on the king side, but in this position, of course, the counterplay of black on the queen side is slightly annoying. I mean, not a4 first because of b4, but black can first put the queen on b4, and the idea is to prepare a4 in one moment. In positions with this queen's exchange, they are always better for black. So the top player of Serbia, Teodora Inyats, chooses c takes d5, queen b4, the same idea, and I mean also the same evaluation after queen takes, pawn takes, a very good counterplay on a2 in this position. So rook fd1, rook c8, and rook c2. White is behind on the clock, but the position remains about equal. Okay, we go back to the top boards. On the first board already a draw, which secured for Monika Sočko for this top player of Poland, which secured at least the silver medal, maybe the gold medal, who knows. And for her opponent Lilith Mkrtchyan, this draw secured maybe a medal, but for sure the qualification into the World Cup. A very interesting fight on the second board between Mamadzada and Maltsevskaya. Both players men international master. And we had the position some moves earlier with knight bd2, d6. As I told you, a bit risky line for black. But I think with this position, black can be more or less satisfied, and black can prepare the push d5 or f5. And as I see, after some minutes, f5 came, c6, knight f1, f5. Very, very interesting. So Maltsevskaya doesn't want to play only a solid game for a bit suffering and maybe a draw later, but it looks like Maltsevskaya is going for the big fight. I mean, now maybe the exchange of pawns comes into mind. Otherwise, black doesn't threat anything. f4, I think, is not a threat. But anyway, already... not played on the board. So after f5, yeah, I would expect e takes. But the strategical fight is very complicated. I think black is okay in this position. Let's say bishop takes f5. Bishops can be traded. The knight should jump later on d5 square. One possibility. So let's say the rook takes with the idea of knight d5 later. Knight goes on g3, but some technical problems with e6 and f7 squares. So let's say rook f8, and the white knight of course jumps to g5, threatening a fork on e6, or threatening a very annoying move, queen h5. So this can be a problem in this line. So let's say black can take it back with the knight, not allowing the white knight to go on g3, because after the exchange black should be slightly better. And when the knight is on f5, another idea for the black bishop comes later with the moves like d5 and bishop b8 to join the attack. I mean, in these lines, Maltsevskaya as black is satisfied, so not such a pleasant situation for the young star of Azerbaijan, Gunay Mamadzada. What comes to my mind is to make a pin with bishop g5, at least not allowing the knight to jump on f5 or to d5. This should be considered. let's say f takes, bishop takes, bishop f5. I think it's still possible. Maybe not. Bishop takes, rook takes, knight jumps to g3 with a tempo. The rook goes away, maybe on f7, with the idea to take on e7 with the rook. Rook e6. Queen d7 away from the pin. Queen e2, let's say, and the black knight can jump either to f5 or to d5. Both are interesting possibilities. Let's say rook e1, a fork on f4, but white manages to give check on e8, almost the mate. h6, like escape possibility for the king, and so on. A complicated play. Maybe black is already better. So knight f1, f5, and Mamadzada thought for 7 minutes and played d5. So another solution of the position. And interesting one. So doesn't want to give the d5 square for the knight in the future, and Mamadzada is even able to sacrifice a pawn or a half pawn with the lines like f takes e4, bishop takes e4, c takes d5. Now I meant the compensation is anyway in this position, so the bishop can easily go back, and white is okay, of course. But maybe, let's say, simply bishop takes d5 is a move. Knight takes. Queen takes on d5. Yeah, and in this position, black collaborates a bit, a pressure in the future against d6 pawn, so black can have some problems. Still knight f4 can be coming with the idea when the queen moves away, a trick like knight takes h3 is on the program. Yeah, so this is not so easy to calculate. What can be done after d5? Of course, black can play c5 to close the position, but then the bishop on a7 is a horrible piece, so this should not happen. Of course, bishop takes a3, bishop takes e3 could be the main option, changing the bishops. Let's say knight takes. And we can reach the position very, very similar to Benoni style, like f4. And if the knight goes somewhere passive, let's say back to f1, then after c5, black can be even better, but the white knight, of course, goes to c4, I suppose, with the idea after c5 to make the breakthrough with e5. E takes d6 and taking back on e5, and white is clearly better. can go back. Bishop takes e3. This idea, knight takes. F4 is not forced, so a move like f takes e4 is possible. Bishop takes back. And maybe in this position, a move like c5. White can use the e6 square with the move like knight g5, sometimes allowing queen to go to h5 and to give the mate, or to jump to e6 one day. So this can happen, and after d5, Alexandra Maltsevskaya has to think, and we can have a look on the board number 3, this French fighting game between Bulmaga and Danielian. So we had this position before. After d takes e4, white castled. Yeah, so she can collect these pawns later. Knight c6, knight takes c3. White still a pawn behind. But of course, the development of black pieces isn't quite good, and some problems with the black king on f8. This is typical. Let's say knight takes e5, queen takes on e4, the knight can go also to g6 to protect the king a bit. How can a black manage to castle in this position? Only in this way, with king g8, king h7, and the rook somewhere into the play. But let's say bishop b2 and rook quickly on d file. So let's say in this position, a typical compensation of white for a pawn. Another move for black is queen d4, making the pin, so hanging pieces, a knight and a rook. But now is the position even more complicated, I believe. Let's say bishop b2. Knight takes on e5, so black is now 2 pawns ahead. The white queen maybe on f4, maybe on g3. Who knows? I put her on f4 with the idea of rook d1, of course, as soon as possible. Yeah, and some problems with the pieces in general and with the king. So rook d1 with the idea of rook d8 is a big threat. So it's not so easy for black to collect pawns. On the next board, quickly, the game Rebels against Ushenina, this Petrov defense, which is rock solid, and a young star of Netherlands needs to win this game. I mean, psychologically, this was a good choice of Ushenina to play this rock solid opening. Bishop f4 is on the board, and rook e8 already. I shortly analyzed the stuff with bishop f4, knight jumps on f6, with the idea to jump on e4, knight g3, knight f4, knight fe4, and the position remains unclear, I would say. The same evaluation is after rook e8. What comes next? Fatalive Mamadova. Yeah. A white pawn on f5. A very interesting fight between these two teammates of Azerbaijan. And the pawn structure of white, of course, is not very useful in the endgames, for instance. But she bets on the middle game, as I see. She controls the e6 square, so sometimes later the ideas like knight e2, knight f4, and both knights can jump either on e6, maybe interestingly on g6 sometimes. Another attacking option is this rook lift via rook h3, rook g3, to make the breaking a bit nervous with the idea of h6 and so on. The white king on f1 is more or less safe. Black, of course, wants to exchange some pieces. So let's say she can start with a move like knight e4. But I believe white would decline this exchanging offer, and she would play knight e2 anyway. So a very interesting game, I think. I will just have a look on the current standings. So these are the two players of Azerbaijan. As you see, if one of them wins this game, comes to 8 points, so maybe even some chances for a medal. The second one, which loses, is out of the qualification. So a very interesting and fighting game. Yavakishvili Kaponenko. Yeah, I analyzed this with the knight maneuver, knight e1, knight c2, knight e3. This was my line, but it didn't happen. After knight e1, knight e5, Yavakishvili chooses d3, a bit surprisingly. So strategically maybe not a great move, but opening the lines for the pieces, and maybe this is also a bit unpleasant game, unpleasant style of play for Kaponenko, which is a good positional player, I think, but in the complications, I'm not so sure. An isolated pawn, but of course, next move can be d4. Some pressure, or typical pressure on this diagonal. So one day c6 comes, maybe already now. But in this case, white can push d4. Knight goes, let's say, on g6. And white, if she wants, can make d5 to exchange this pawn and to make a complete symmetrical position, not equal but symmetrical. And in the game, Gaponenko chooses f4, very interesting idea. So Gaponenko starts to play aggressively in this position. I mean, not sacrificing a pawn, but because this pawn is unacceptable, I would think after g takes, knight comes to g6, and knight of course wants to take it back on f4, or it wants to jump on h4. With this pawn structure, of course, there are several huge problems for the white king in the next future. So of course this is not a sacrifice of a pawn. White cannot take it, but Yavakishvili has to face some ideas like bishop g4 with f3, the next move. Okay, I will have a look on this round page. Are there some more results? I don't think so. So now I think it's a good time to have a coffee break. So we will be back in 10 minutes.
My name is Gabriela Antova. I'm Bulgarian and I'm 20 years old. I currently hold the title of an international master and my rating is 2305.
And how long have you been playing chess for?
I started playing when I was 6, so that would make 14 years and counting.
And how long have you been playing chess at high levels?
I was lucky to enjoy success early on as a kid because I won the first European Youth Championship I took part in. So I would say 12 years.
And can you explain where we are now?
We are currently in Prague where the European Women's Championship is being held. It's the rest day and we have 5 more games to go.
And what is an immortal game for you?
An immortal game is one that is enjoyed by a lot of people over time, over many generations, and I think that chess is a prime example for that because it's been played for centuries and it's never going out of fashion.
And what's your favorite quest on IG?
My favorite quest is the one with no castling because it makes the game more interesting and I take more risks then.
And what's your favorite way out?
I would just say the usual stuff like hanging out with friends or watching movies to distract myself from chess.
Good afternoon. We are back on the last round of European Individual Championship of Women, and we will have a look at the top boards mainly. On the first board, this was already a draw. This we already know. A game between Sochko and Mkrtčjan. A big fight goes on at the top board. The second board is Mamanzada against Maltsevskaya. The game is coming into the time trouble, especially of the white player. We had this position after f5, d5. The d5 is an interesting move, a bit surprise of me. F takes e4. I think I have analyzed bishop takes e3 first in this position, but it doesn't matter. Maybe this is even better. F takes e4, bishop takes, c takes d5, so making a double isolated pawn on d file. Bishop takes the knight. This is natural solution. Knight takes back, queen takes d5. So, an interesting position. Purely aesthetically, in this position, white should be better in the endgames because of the backward pawn on d6, or I mean isolated but a weak one. But black has an interesting counterplay on the king side. Here are motifs like bishop takes h3, but not now in this position because the white knight is still protected. Another possibility is to jump to f4 square, let's say already in this position. When the queen goes somewhere away on b3, let's say, again this motif like knight takes h3 is on, so natural would be bishop takes the knight, rook takes. Now some little problems on the 8th rank for black. But maybe it's not as tragical, so white can follow with knight g3 and to make some interesting play also against the black king. Using the e file, using sometimes the move knight g5 and so on. Concerning the time consumption, as we see on the clock, white is 30 minutes behind already on move 19. I mean, still nothing special. Maltsevskaya played this sequence of the moves very quickly. I think she used her preparation. The third board, the game between Bulmaga and Danielian, a very sharp position. As we see, both players were thinking a lot. A very sharp line of French defense. So we had already this position with knight takes c3. Here I was looking at some lines like knight takes e5, queen takes e4, knight goes on g6, bishop b2 with a lot of compensation for white. Or the other line, a very risky one for black with queen d4 using this pin, but letting the king maybe without the help. Bishop b2 with the idea of rook d1 always. Knight takes e5, taking the second pawn even, but the white queen can go on f4 or on g4 or on g3. It's very similar, but in the next move, I believe after rook d1, it's very unpleasant. A strong pressure against the whole position of black. So Elina Danielian, after 23 minutes of thought, she has chosen the queen c7. This is rather solid, hoping to finish the development of the pieces, like bishop d7 and rook d8, or maybe even b6 and bishop b7 and then rook d8. Still a pawn up, but I think in all the lines a very good compensation for white, concerning still huge problems with the black king. So black needs at least 3 moves to make a castle properly. So I would prefer white in this position. What's next? The game Rebus against Ushenina on board number 4. A young player of Netherlands against ex-world champion from Ukraine. Better of defense, Rebera. She has an attacking style, and she is able to play rather quickly the moves, and this we see also on the clock in this situation, some 35 minutes ahead. So we had the position after bishop f4, few moves earlier, rook e8, queen b3. An interesting move, attacking both pawns directly on d5 and not directly on b7, like bishop takes the knight first and then queen takes b7. With knight b6, black manages to save both of them. a4, the natural idea to play a5 and to move this knight back or away, and a5, of course. The knight has to stand on b6. White is slightly better, but nothing exciting still happens, so we can move to another board. Fatalieva Mamadova. It is a huge fight between the teammates of Azerbaijan. I think both played for the national team on the Chess Olympiad in Chennai, but I'm not sure. f5, h6, we already had this position, so I was offering move like knight e4 with the idea to change some pieces, but I think knight e2 would be as a response. h6 is played. Yeah, of course, another idea was to play h6 by the white player. So h6, rook h3, the typical rook lift. The rook goes maybe on g3, to make some pressure along the g file, but maybe not, as we see. So queen d7, and white decided first to play g4 after a long thought. So it's not a direct piece attack, but maybe the slow one with the pawns going on or rolling on. The king should go on g2. But anyway, I believe the position of black pieces is very solid, so I don't see any attack possibilities right now for white. I think black is fine. Javakishvili Kaponenko, yeah, this we were analyzing a bit. f4, I think a very good move of Gaponenko with the ideas of bishop g4 and f3 and so on. d4 came as a quick response, I would say. Attacking the knight, of course bishop g4 in this line shouldn't be working because of f3. Both pieces are hanging. So after d4, knight went back to g6 naturally, and Javakishvili went for d5. It looks so that white wanted to continue with knight b5, attacking the c7 essential square, and that's why Gaponenko, as prophylactic, played a6 with the future idea to put the bishop on d6, maybe to exchange the black-colored bishops via e5, and to put the light-colored bishop maybe on this diagonal. I think the strategy of Javakishvili before the game was clear, to try to complicate the game and to use the huge time consumption of Ina Gaponenko, which is almost in every game in some time trouble. Now on the clock, 1 hour 10 minutes against 16 minutes, so we can expect something very, very exciting in the time trouble. The game between Beydulayeva from Azerbaijan and top seed number 1 Nana Zagnidze from Georgia. I have written a very funny line, sacrificing some pieces, but it didn't happen. Knight f3, why not? Yeah, now black could take on d4 and making the the position like in hedgehog, but it didn't happen. Queen c7, b3. It looks like white doesn't want to push d5 too early, because always comes e5 and black is more or less fine. But anyway, after e4, white can hope for a slight edge. b3 was played instead of d5. a6. Queen moves to this interesting square, controlling a lot of squares on the board. Bishop f6, pinning this pawn, so no pawn move is possible because the knight on c3 would be hanging. That's why rook c1, I think. g6, making fianchetto in the future, why not? rook d1, bishop g7. I think after this c5 comes always knight takes, and black is okay or satisfied. After bishop g7, h4 is played. Yeah, with some interesting ideas like sometimes h5, but not right now because knight f6, the fork. The game is still equal. What comes next? These games are no more on cameras, so just shortly, Maria Mkrtčjan against Salimova. No more chances to qualify, but an interesting fight is going on. Very unclear position. Sargsyan, Millier. English opening, I would say. Unclear position. Inyats, Gevorgian. This we have already seen because the black player, so Maria Gevorgian of Armenia, still has some chances to qualify if she wins this game with black pieces, but I think it's not the case, and white is slightly better in this endgame, and I mean only white can try to win this position. And so on and so on. I will make a brief look on the top 2 or 3 boards, and then I will check our Czech players. So Mamadzada against Maltsevskaya. We had this position, and knight f4 is already played. Yeah, this was also my offer as an option. Yeah, and because when the queen goes away, knight takes h3 and the white knight is hanging, so I think bishop takes, rook takes, this would be quite natural. And now a very interesting fight between 2 knights against 2 bishops. The bishops are good, but the knights are either not so bad. The king of black is maybe a bit less safe than the white one. And some problems with the 8th rank, so I mean in this position white is okay, maybe even better. But here we expect also another interesting fight in the time trouble on move 19, the time consumption 15 minutes against 52. Pulmaka Danielian, yeah, this very sharp French line. I believe white is already somehow better. The compensation looks very strong. Rebers Ushenina, nothing special. This Petrov line defense. By the way, an interesting choice of Ushenina to not to let the young Rebers to attack. And now a brief look on some Czech games. The players from the games of Czech players. Our best player so far, Tereza Ročtein against Josephine Heinemann. Sicilian, no knight on the board. So for someone a bit boring position, b3, bishop e4, Time consumption equal. Yeah, and the position as well is about equal. What do we have next? Natalie Kaňáková against Doluhanova from Ukraine. We had this position after castle e5, d3, so without d4, just very quickly some developing moves. Knight jumps to e4, threatening to take on d6 pawn, knight e8, protecting, bishop a3, again looking at d6, bishop e6, b4, so making some pressure on the queen side with the idea of b5. Queen d7, why not? So protecting b5 square and attacking h3, king h2 natural, f5. An interesting fight begins. Knight goes back. So a typical position in the English opening, I would say. Knight e2, knight f6. Yeah. The push f4 is protected by the white pawns and the white knight from e2. Unclear position. What do we have next? Our top Czech player Julia Movsesian playing with black pieces. With the black pieces against Alexandra Lach. No sacrifice, as I thought on the first look. The position of white is dangerous because an open G file, so she can easily attack on the G and maybe trying to open the H file as well, and of course the possibility to castle long. This is always here. So white is better, I think, in this position. Shortly, some other players of Czech Republic, Anna Lhocka, against Garcia Martin, experienced Spanish player. Some line of exchanged Queen's Gambit with fianchetto on g2, f3, a preparing e4 plan. Why not? Queen d7. What about the knight on b8? This is a good question. e4, takes, bishop g4. So white has built a strong pawn center. And black tries to attack these pawns later. But I think white is better. The queen goes on d3. Where else? And then in the next future, the idea of e5 is coming. Hard work for Anna Lhocka, I would say. What is here next? Natasha Richterová made already a draw against Mariana Huda in this symmetrical position, taking with the pawn on c4. Okay. Developing pieces, and after bishop d3, draw offer came here. Yeah. Let's say comes rook fd1, bishop takes c4, the queen takes the other pawn on b7, and the position is very, very equal. What comes next? Michaela Svobodová of Czech Republic facing Anna Maja Kazarian from Netherlands. Attacking f-pawn, so it looks like white is trying to attack. Interesting possibility of the rook lift via a3 to h3 or f3 or g3. This is here on my mind. What is next? Richtrova, but not Natasha. This is Eliška. Our Czech legend and the former candidate. Facing Lucia Ševčíková, a talented player from Slovakia. Yeah, the endgame looks like almost equal, but a pawn on e5 is hanging as I see, so let's say rook takes e7 comes. I don't know what piece should take it. Let's say bishop and knight takes e5, so this looks like a pawn down for black. What comes next from our national point of view? Martina Folková against Ronit Levitan from Israel. This is the final position so far. White is a pawn up, hanging pawns on c7 and on d3. And after bishop c8, white is on the move. White should be better, I think. So white can even make some attacking moves like f4 and so on. Anyway, but the blacking is a little bit unsafe. What comes next? In this Czech overview, Olga Dvořáková facing Katarzyna Dvilevic. With this position, yeah, it looks like almost equal. The last moves on the c file, d5. Yeah, white wants to exchange all the pieces, but on d4 is still hanging, so maybe another option is to play f3 and to make some counterplay on f file. Yeah, this looks anyway equal, but the time consumption isn't quite good of Olga Dvořáková. What comes next? Sochorová, Caconová. It looks like Ruy Lopez open line. Difficult to evaluate right now. White is trying to make some progress with less of time, 5 minutes against 50 almost. Here are some lines with bishop takes e6, but who knows what is going on here. Let's say a queen check, rook f7. I think this is possible. And interesting compensation for the pawn. Quickly, another game of Czech players. Anna Maria Kobová, member of Czech national team in the Olympiad in Chennai, but here in big troubles in the whole tournament. Yeah, the position is slightly better for black due to this isolated isolated pawn, so let's say queen d5 or I don't know, and black should be slightly better. Our overview goes on. So Karolina Markova won already the game, but the opponent from Turkey didn't appear at the tournament hall. Just a pity. Adela Třasáková, our talented young Czech player, had this very solid Caro-Kann position, and as I have heard, she have already drew this game, so the game is already over, or in some minutes will be over. Our transmission is of course 15 minutes delayed, as always. And the last game quickly, the last board, Sofia Přibylová facing Dana Kochavi of Israel. Bishop takes h7. This could be very interesting. A typical sacrifice, I think, with the idea of knight g5 check, and maybe this line would continue like this: king g8, h takes g5, opening the h file. Yeah, this looks really very interesting. Sacrificing two pieces for the attack. I think knight f8 is possible. g6, threatening mate. Knight takes, queen takes, still a pawn, still a piece down, but still some very good chances to complete the mission. I think an interesting combination for white. And now we will go back to the top boards. We start on the board number 2. Considering the current standings, this is of course much more exciting than the last boards. So knight f4 already played, and Gunay Mamadzada after some 11 minutes went for queen g5. So queen g5 looks rather a bit defensive move, with the option to exchange the queens. I was offering this line, taking on f4 and playing knight g3, but who knows how this position really is. So queen g5. Bishop takes e3. Rook takes back. I just mentioned that after queen takes d8, here is this intermediate check, of course, winning a pawn for black. So rook takes e3, and Maltsevskaya tries to play aggressively with rook f6, so the queens are still on the board. I just have a look when the queens are off, what is going on here. I think the position is still about equal. Of course, it is the trick with knight f7 check, but black is on the move, so a move like bishop f5, let's say, would be nice, would be fine, and the position remains about equal. Time consumption 16 minutes against 50, so time trouble is already close for Gunay Mamadzada. Bishop takes, rook takes, and rook f6. Letting the queens at the board, making some possible tricks like knight takes h3 with reshock with rook g6 on the next and winning the queen. So this could be on the program, but of course white is on the move, so I would expect a move like knight g3, closing the g file. But on the other hand, another option is bishop takes h3 with this idea to make this childish fork. So knight g3 is not a good option, as I see. So after rook f6, so white can go for king h2. Then no more forks are possible. But the position remains very, very complicated. One line which came to my mind, h6, a very useful move anyway. And after queen h4, let's say a move like knight takes g2 is possible. King takes, the queen is protected, so sorry, this doesn't work. The white queen is protected. So I go back, let's say king h2, h6 anyway, queen h4, yeah. This could be played. And now a normal move like bishop d7, let's say. So queen h4 is on the board already now, after rook f6. Queen h4. Maybe we can have a look on camera number 2, how the players are feeling. Kunai Mamadzada in a deep thought, and Malseskaya trying to use this time advantage to make some house on the king side. On the next board, Bulmaga against Danielian. So we had the position after queen c7 some minutes ago. Bulmaga also spending her time. So bishop f4 played after 16 minutes. I mean, no one takes in this position the pawn on e5 because of queen g3. It's protecting the knight on c3 and in the same time attacking the black one. Now black must play f6, and always there is the possibility to take and to corrupt the pawn structure of black. I mean, first or knight takes e4 or some rook move like rook d1. This must be very, very bad for black. So after bishop f4, Jelena Danielian, the top player of Armenia, went for knight d4, threatening the knight on c3 and maybe moving the own knight on f5. Knight takes e4, bishop d7, hoping to finish the development of the pieces and to put the bishop on c6 at least, to bring the rook into the play. Bishop e3. Interesting idea to try to checkmate. I will just show you knight f5. Now this would be a mistake, I think. Bishop c5 check, and if the king goes to g8, here is a funny mate, knight f6. This of course should not happen. So after bishop e3, h5, like intermediate move, attacking, interestingly, the white queen, hoping for some forks on e2 of course, but this will not happen on this level. So after h5, I mean also using the opportunity, let's say after queen h4, to jump on f5 with tempo, attacking the queen again. So I mean h5 generally is a useful move. If the queen goes on g5, then it's not so funny, because knight f5 looks natural, but bishop c5 check anyway, and again this funny idea with this mate. So after queen g5, the knight on d4 is attacked. Knight takes c2, this is horrible because bishop c5 check. I think the only possibility is to make an intermediate move like bishop c6 and try to exchange the both knights. This position would be for black more or less okay, but of course after bishop c6 white can make something else, let's say knight d6. Now knight takes c2 is playable, bishop c5, king g8, maybe, but yeah, I mean after knight takes the rook, here is always this check like knight f5, king g8 is mate, king e8 is horrible anyway because of queen takes g7, let's say, and white captures everything back, maybe gives this check, maybe takes the rook on a8. So h5 is a good move, I believe, but some troubles for black remain in this position. On the next board, we have the game between Rebels and Ushenina. The time consumption 41 minutes against 11 minutes. So Rebels is trying to make pressure on the opponent even on time, not only on chessboard. So we had this position a4, a5. The black knight must stand on b6, knight e3, threatening to take the d5 pawn, knight e4, and protecting it with the active move, knight e5, jumping forward simply with the idea to make f3, I believe. Now bishop g5, and trying to exchange as many pieces as possible. Here are some interesting lines to capture on d5. Somehow I will have a look. Bishop takes g5, if queen takes, this should be a pawn. So bishop takes g5, knight takes, and black is maybe okay. I mean, still white is slightly better because her knights are more dangerous. Maybe starting with knight f5. But just have a look in the current position, what is going on here. No, this is not possible because queen takes simply, and black is a piece up. So this is not so easy. Well, after bishop g5, white has to think a bit how to continue this decisive game. I'm just looking at bishop takes g5, queen takes, no, queen takes, knight takes. Yeah, this would be quite possible. f4 of course not, because knight goes back on e4, but move like f3 is always an alternative. But I mean, Rebers, a good attacking player, she's looking for some more interesting options. Fatalieva Mamadova, this Azerbaijan derby, and the decisive game for both of them. Rook c1 played, I go some moves back. So we had this position after g4. b5, so trying to make some counterplay on the queen side. Knight g2. So trying to put the knight on f4, why not? To have the possibilities of jumping to e6 or to g6. a5, a4, an interesting move. Also trying to stop the counterplay of black. b4, knight e2. So the position has changed a bit on the c file. It's a backward pawn on c5, on c6. And later, in the late future, of course, the c5 square can be used by the white knight. So the pawn structure in this position is almost equalized. Rook e4, of course e file is a factor in this position. g4 is hanging, knight f4, this was on the plan, rook e8, so using the e file, black is stronger on the only open file, rook c1, knight h7. Using the possibility to activate the knight from f8, the knight had to protect squares e6 or g6, most e6 I mean, but now knight h7 looks playable because after knight x6 the pawn on g4 should be hanging, as I see. So the black knight can move in this position on g5, winning a tempo even. So I mean, in this position already black is hoping for more than the draw. Black starts to be better. Next board, Javakishvili Kaponenko. Kaponenko sacrificed a pawn for some attacking chances. Let's have a look on the last moves. So we had this position with f4, d4, knight goes back, d5, a6 against knight b5, like prophylaxis, knight c2, activating the knight, knight d7, interesting play from both sides. I would expect knight d4, but knight d5 is coming again with the ideas of bishop g4 and so on. So after knight d7, queen d2, knight e5 anyway, and Lela Javakishvili, one of the best players of Georgia, took on f4. Maybe trying to confuse the opponent and to confuse the whole position. Knight g4. So white is taking some risk, of course, because a pawn up, but some horrible weaknesses, f2, f4, h2, and the white king, of course, can be an easy target. Next idea is maybe to play moves like queen h4 or bishop d6, attacking f4 once more. This looks promising for black, I must say. Knight d4 on the board already. Hoping to defend all the weaknesses and to be a pawn up, I would say. And of course, white is trying to use the time advantage. 38 minutes against 9 minutes. A huge time trouble is coming for Kaponenko in this complicated situation. If queen h4, there are two options. So one of them is h3 simply. The second one is knight f3. Another move is bishop d6, attacking the f4 pawn, not only this one, because after bishop takes f4, it's hanging the rook, hanging h2, so this would be crucial. After bishop d6, of course, some defending move like knight ce2 should be played. And white can still hope that manages to defend all the weaknesses and the white king and slowly to move the black active pieces away with h3 and so on. But I think black is fine in this current position. Bejdulajeva, Zagnidze, yeah, the position reached the hedgehog style after h4, rook d8, finally taking on c5, knight takes. Queen f4, yeah, on f4 is the queen well placed, both protecting the white king, attacking slightly the black one and eyeing the d6 pawn. h6, sorry, h6, knight e4, and now an interesting play is on the program. After knight e4, this move has two ideas: to give check on f6, and after king h8, maybe to go for knight g4. The second idea is maybe to win the pawn with knight takes d6 or rook takes d6, but I'm not so sure all these lines work because of some intermediate moves. Let's say king h8 against this check. If knight takes, so king is barely placed on h8. Now e5 isn't working because knight takes, rook takes, and in the end the black queen is lost after this check and so on. So if this is possible, if this is really a threat, so black should make another useful move, something else, maybe king h7, who knows. Anyway, after knight e4, f5 at the board, yeah, with very similar ideas that d6 is not hanging. Let's have a check. Knight takes d6, by the way, very risky. e5, overcrossing this short diagonal, using the opportunity of queen d2. Knight e4, let's say winning the queen for a rook and a piece and a pawn. Next e4, and black is definitely better. So knight takes d6, e5, knight takes e5, let's say rook takes d6, and I mean black is a piece up simply for some pawns, but this doesn't count. And concerning this pin, here is always intermediate check, like queen b7 or so on. Yeah, so after f5, the pawn isn't hanging, and knight takes c5 on the board, and bishop takes. So black has built a sympathetic bath in the center, a very flexible pawn structure. Black starts to be slightly better already. What comes next? Salimova Mukherjee. Very interesting position. anything can happen. Sarxian Milie. Interesting fight between two knights against one bishop. I mean it like this. Does that bishop on b6 isn't very active one. So in fact black has only one bishop, which is very active on d5. The second one is protecting a5, c7, d4 pawns, but not more. Unclear position, or white is already better. And this game between Ignaz and Georgian. So Georgian is the only player not on the very top boards who still has a chance to qualify for the 9 qualifying places. But she has to win with black pieces, which is not the case in this position. Theodora Ignaz is definitely better in this endgame, according to the pawn structure and a better light piece and a better heavy piece. So we go back to the top boards because it's decisive. These are decisive moments in the last round. So first of all, the second board, again, Mamadzada against Maltsevskaya. Some moves back. Yeah, Queen h4. This we analyzed a bit. Bishop d7, a useful move. Knight g3. But Mamadzada still spending every move some minutes. And Maltsevskaya rather playing quickly and making some problems for white. Bishop c6. Knight e4. Yeah, 4 minutes against 38. Still to make 15 moves for the white player. Nothing pleasant, of course. But who knows? White tries to put the knight on g5, I believe, to make some counterplay against the black king. Considering the e file, of course, white is better on this file, and sometimes the rooks can go on 7th and possibly sometimes on the 8th rank. But now black is on the move. And what's going on here? Let's say bishop takes e4, but I don't think it's a good move. Rook takes, knight takes g2, using the fact that knight is unprotected on f3. Queen is hanging, so I believe king takes h2, rook takes the knight. Black is a pawn up. But the rook on a8 still not in the play. So some little compensation for white in this position without a pawn. Let's say a move like rook e7 could be played. I mean, the position of black is maybe slightly better, but only slightly. I believe Malsevskaya is looking for some forcing line using the huge advantage in time as well. So she should calculate some options like rook g8, rook g6 or rook h6 and so on, making the life very, very difficult for Gulnay Mamadzada in time trouble. On the third board, the game between Bulmaga and Danielian. So we had the position after h5. I have told that this could be an interesting intermediate move. So queen g5 is on the board in this position. Yeah, I thought queen g5 is very annoying. Knight takes c2. Yeah, this would be a disaster after bishop c5 check, and the knight can decide the game via f6 or via d6. This would be horrible for black. So after queen g5, now black is on the move. The time consumption 24 minutes against 3 more minutes. It looks like Alina Danielian is facing huge problems in this decisive game. But of course, she is a very experienced player. She is used to solve problems at the board usually, so maybe we will be surprised what is going on. Queen takes c2. So trying to exchange the knights at least. This would be, I mean, a very soft solution for white to exchange the knights. One check doesn't make anything. King goes, of course, not here because of the mate, but on g8. Yeah, and in this position black is more or less satisfied. But the knights should, of course, stand on the board. After queen takes c2, white has many good moves, like knight d6, for instance. Yeah, knight d6. First of all, this comes to my mind. Maybe a move like f3 is possible. And after knight d6, I just say that black would still try this idea of changing the knights. With knight f5 is the only chance to have the knights off the board. Only chance to survive. So let's move to the fourth board between Rebers and Ushenina. Bishop g5 was played. Yeah, this was already analyzed by ourselves. And after 20 minutes, Rebers tries to, or goes for it. Like bishop takes g5, knight takes, yeah, but he doesn't want to lose a pawn. This was on the discussion. Knight d3 comes next. A quiet move. The idea is to put the knight on c5 to make a bit annoying pressure against b7 pawn. Knight e6. Also a prophylaxis against knight c5, and attacking d4 pawn. c3 looks natural. c6 protecting d5 pawn once more. Rook e2. I mean, now in this position the black queen is tied to this knight on b6 because the knight can't move away. Then on b7 is always hanging. So this is a bit unpleasant. Rook e2 looks fine. The idea to double rooks on the e file and to use this a bit better coordination of the pieces. Rook queen c7, rook e1, knight d7. White still has an edge. For white is the position more comfortable. Maybe the ideas like knight f5 with queen a3 next, trying to use the square d6 for the queen or for the knight. So still some little pressure for white in this position. Plus time consumption, of course. 27 minutes against 3, so I think this will be a big time trouble for Anna Ushenina. Elina Rebels goes for knight g4. Similar idea, not to let this knight to jump. This knight is already pinned, so on e8 is a slight trouble. Some pressure for white, of course. Fatalieva Mamadova, this Azerbaijan derby, knight h7, we had already seen, knight rook g3, knight b7. Knight b7, I don't know really why, maybe preparing c5 push, knight e6, knight g5, very interesting fight, f3, so big problems for the black rook on e4, and black had to sacrifice an exchange for a pawn. So maybe sooner the move like rook e4 was maybe too active, and black player forgot about this possibility of knight e6 overcrossing and f3 catching the rook in the center. So I just don't understand why in this position a move like knight g5 wasn't played. Not allowing the knight to jump on e6. f3 is not an issue because of rook e3, let's say. So after knight g5, I mean black is still okay. Knight b7, knight e6, overcrossing, and now f3. So now it looks an exchange has to be sacrificed. Takes, rook takes. Exchange for the pawn. But the black knights are not very active, so white is better. White is better, and white can try for more in this position. And this could be the end of this session, and we will have a little coffee break. We will be back in 10 minutes again. So good afternoon or good evening, dear chess fans, dear ladies and gentlemen. We are back to follow the last round and decisive round of the European Individual Women Championship. We have already some interesting positions in time trouble, or maybe already even some results. So this is the board number 2, which can decide the battle of the gold medal and other medals. Monika Sočko, after the quick draw against Lilith Mukrtyan, still at the 8.5 points alone. And on the second board, we reach this position between middle game and end game with only heavy pieces at the board. After b3, still 7 moves to make for Gunay Mamadzada, and she already is using just seconds. You see, just 33 seconds on her clock, a pawn down for Gunay Mamadzada. We had this position after Queen h4, I believe, or something very similar. Yeah, this one. Bishop c6, knight e4. Now Alexandra Maltsevskaya from Poland, she was thinking for almost 9 minutes, and maybe she didn't find anything better than this line, which I have shown already, with the transfer into the position with a pawn up, but exchanging all the right pieces. So bishop takes, rook takes, knight takes g2. The knight on f3 is unprotected. That's why black is able to win a pawn like this. I was telling that the position is slightly better for black, but white can have good drawing chances in this position, especially if the queens would be off, because only the white king can have some problems. Rook e7, rook f6, offering the pawn on b7. I mean, this is a Greek gift because of check on g6, and next move is queen f3, I believe. I don't know. So where to go? King f1, let's say queen f3, and big problems for the white king. A typical Greek gift. Queen d4 is at the board. Rook c8. Another Greek gift, I mean rook takes b7 in this position. Rook c2 comes attacking f2. This would be very unpleasant, forcing rook f1, which is already very passive. So after rook c8, rook e6, slowing down, offering some exchanges. Black, of course, doesn't want to exchange pieces because the white king is still in troubles. Rook e2, defending the second rank, why not? Rook g5 check. King, of course, has to go on h2. Queen f3, of course, doesn't work because the last rank is weak too. So after rook g5 check, king h2, d5 is on the board. So protecting the d6 pawn. I mean, when black manages to find time to make some move like h6 or h5, h6 not, because h6 is hanging. After rook takes h6, but maybe h5 to have some quiet for the king, and then to make queen f3. This could be decisive. b3 at the board. And half minute against 12 minutes, so big time pressure from Maltsevskaya. Gunay Mamedzada has an unpleasant position, unpleasant time situation, but maybe he will manage to make a draw in this position. Bulmaga against Danielian. This position is already winning for white, of course. A bishop up for Irina Bulmaga, and we will have a look what was going on after queen takes c2. The move queen d1 was played with the idea of queen takes e4, rook takes d4, attacking both the queen and the bishop, and after queen c6, I think queen c1 would be the next move with a huge compensation for a pawn, almost a winning position, I would say. Knight e2 check is played, king f1. Elina Danielian was short of time in this position already. Queen takes e4, rook takes d7, and now this is already the lost position, because one threat is to make check on e7, check on f7, and make on g7, and the other threat is to take the knight simply. Danielian was able to solve just the first problem. Irina Bulmaga took the knight, and after some little checks, this is simply a piece up for the white player. So the game was already decided and Elina Danielian is just playing to make the time control and to see if her opponent is able to keep the nerves. Still a piece down for black, f4, a nice move, limiting the possibilities of the rook. Directly, of course, one can iterate everything, bishop d2, and it looks black would be resigning in a short while. So it looks like Bulmaga wins, comes to 8 points. Elina Danielian stays at 7 points, and I'm not sure if this will be enough for a qualification for Elina Danielian. I'm not sure. Elina Bulmaga looks like a big comeback and winning the last, I don't know how many, 3 or 4 rounds. What comes next is the game between Rebers and Ushenina, and we reached the move 30 already, and it looks like all the pieces are exchanged, and this game should be drawn in a couple of moves. We had this position. I was talking about the pressure of white along the e file, a bit annoying, but we can have a look how Ushenina played in this position. h5, a useful move. Knight had to go. Knight had to go on the e file. Yeah, this was the plan from Ushenina. Knight f8, and slowly making the life easier for black. And of course, the plan of Anna Ushenina is to exchange all the rooks on the e-file and to make a draw soon or later. Limiting the possibilities of a very good attacking player, Erling Roberts. And now the exchanges are on the program. Yeah, now Ushenina started to think, but maybe a draw offer will decide this game. This would mean non-qualification for Elin Rebras and a place in the top 10 for Anna Ushenina plus qualification, I believe. Fatalieva Mamadova, this Azerbaijan derby, as we have seen, Black has lost or sacrificed an exchange for a pawn. Now the game is very concrete, no real time trouble. Both players have 5 minutes to make some 3 moves. Black managed to take the second pawn, but it looks like c6 is very weak and the rook begin to go through, I mean the idea to activate the second rook, sometimes through the e-file or through the c-file. We will have a look what happened. We have seen something like this, when after f3 the black rook is caught in the center of the board. Surprisingly, black had to sacrifice an exchange for a pawn, which may be playable, but the black knights don't have any good outposts. This is a little problem, so black has to defend only, and if white manages to get the rooks into the play on the open files or semi-open files, white would be clearly better. This happens already, so white can use the e-file in the next future. So white sacrificed a pawn in order to maintain the e-file and the 7th rank. With the next idea, of course, the black knight is hanging, otherwise comes knight f5, threatening g7 pawn, deadly, that's why knight d6, knight f5. Anyway, with the idea, if black trades the knights, on g7 is hanging again, knight g5 can protect, but now the white rooks, both of them are very active, and after rook takes c6 or rook c5, rook takes a5, black can slowly resign. But after knight f5, a very nice intermediate move, king f8, using not the best coordination of the white pieces. Rook c7, attacking the c6, the c6 pawn as well. Knight c4. 3 moves still to go to the time control. Black, of course, wants to make any kind of counterplay, using the knights for some checks and forks and so on. hoping that in time trouble the white player can maybe overlook something. So I would say white is better, but still not so easy to go on. What comes next? Javakishvili Gaponenko. So this is the position almost after the time trouble. So it looks like Gaponenko suffered in her time trouble and maybe lost control of the game. Because in the final position, or in the current position, white has 3 pawns for an exchange. A huge rook on 7th rank, a huge knight on e6, and threatening sometimes a mating attack on the black squares. Something like this. We can have a look what happened just shortly. So, in this way, a black won an exchange, still for one little pawn. But the attack of black has no more power, and now the compensation of a bishop pair is maybe interesting. Knight h5, queen f3, and queen g4 is a very annoying move. Yeah, this could be overlooked by Ina Gaponenko. Now she has to exchange the queens and make the pawn structure even better for Javakishvili. And the pawn on c7 is still hanging. So, due to lack of time, it looks like she has lost the control completely. And now is the position almost lost for Ina Gaponenko. Huge compensation for an exchange. Intermediate check. Yeah, I mean Gaponenko could easily resign. Rook c8, rook e7. White just wants to activate the bishop on the long diagonal via bishop d6 or bishop e5 later or something similar. Or another way to convert the advantage to push the f-pawn. So she decided to go for this and to play two right pieces plus some pawns, or a pawn at least, against the rook. Yeah, it should be of course winning, but still needs some little technique. What's next? Bedulaeva Zagnidze. I mean, only Zagnidze has some chances to qualify, but she has to win with black pieces. This is the position after 40th move of white. White is in exchange down for a pawn, but the position still remains maybe equal, because the knight on d5 is a very, very good animal, and the pawn on f4 can be sometimes weak. I mean, all the pawns of black can be sometimes weak. Maybe some idea is not to exchange the pawns, to play e3 and try to play with both of the rooks against the white king as well, to make some mating net, but it's not very concrete idea. Sargsyan won against Millier, and the last player who had some technical chances to qualify was Maria Gevorgian, but it looks like she would rather lose this position. It's move number 41, so after the time trouble, white is a pawn up. All the pieces of white are better, and it looks like that after taking on f5, white is able to win a pawn, a pawn soon, so it looks like Teodora Ignác will win this game. Now shortly back to the second board. This is very exciting for the outcome of the whole championship. Yes, and it looks like Gunay Mamadzada was able to play through the time trouble very well, on the very good level. She was able to take the pawn back, even not to lose on time, and to make her position quite playable. So in this position already, I mean, white is almost very safe. Rook f8 still a bit annoying. Both kings are in danger, I would say. Maybe the white king is still somewhat less safe. A4. This could be a clever move, going into the rook endgame. But just a brief look. When the queens could be exchanged. King comes to g3, but maybe Gunay Mamadzada had overlooked rook b2, I don't know. Rook takes h5, king goes away, and the b pawn can't be protected anymore, so still some work to do for Gunay Mamadzada if she wants to make draw in this position. Not so easy. I mean, because of time trouble after rook f8, maybe she could solve this somehow better. Especially with a move like king g1 and protecting the f2 pawn after queen f3. Rook g5 is still possible, I believe, making some pressure against g7, and white should be fine. And after queen g6 check, the king goes, I hope, simply to h2 again, and nothing special, because after queen c2, attacking both pawns on a second rank, I mean, rook takes h5, yeah, and this position, of course, white can't lose anymore. At least a perpetual check is here. Yeah, but I mean, because of the time trouble, Gunay Mamadzada played a4 in this position. Alexandra Maltsevskaya goes for this rook endgame, naturally, and after king g3, the time trouble is gone, and we can expect the move like rook b2. With this rook endgame, and black should be a pawn up soon. So still some insights concerning the whole championship. So what do you think in this position? Can white hold a draw later?
Well, I'm seeing this for the first time, so I'm not sure, but it will be hard for black to win somehow the position. So maybe it's easier to make a draw with white. pieces, then win with the black pieces.
Yes, I can agree. So this was the second board. On the third board, yeah, the result is already here. As I told you, white was a piece up for some 10 moves already. The position is completely winning, and Elina Danielian decided to resign. Concerning the results, so it looks like Elina Danielian is out of the race for qualification, but Bulmaga Irina with 8 points.
Okay, so the first place is set. Yeah.
On the second board is already draw in this rook end game. So the first place is clear. It's Monika Sochko with 8.5. All the other players have 8 points. Okay. Rebels Ushenina, yeah, after rook takes e8 in this move number 30, the draw was agreed. Almost every piece is exchanged and nothing to do. Or what do you think, Natasha?
Well, depends. Maybe one of the players would need more to win the game, but if they agreed on the draw, I think they are both satisfied, probably. But if one of them would like to try to win the game, they could play some more moves.
Yeah, I mean, Rebels is maybe not so happy because she wanted to win this game.
Yeah.
Because I think according to current standings, she is out of the race now.
Yes.
But Ushenina, to my mind, used the Petrov defense just to limit the possibilities to attack of Rebels. I mean, Rebels is very good attacking player from Netherlands.
So the choice for black was okay in this case.
Yeah, I think so, and Rebels simply could not attack in this position. She of course tried to, but it was not so easy. And Ushenina slowly and cleverly managed to exchange all the necessary pieces and to calm down the position.
Symmetrical positions.
By the way, Natasha is also very strong in this type of positions, like defending a slightly worse position.
Yeah, that's my jam. Not a comfortable way to play the chess, but it works.
Yeah, so draw is agreed in this position. Maybe some results. No. Results after round 11 not yet, so we have to just look at the current results of the last round. The next game, yeah, this is this Azerbaijan derby, a very sharp and fighting game. This is the position shortly after the time trouble. So what do you think, Natasha?
It's complicated for the first look. Well, probably white has a rook for knight, so she should be better in this position, but it's a complicated. Well, it's hard for white to do something more. The knights are in this position standing really nice. And
all the 3 knights.
Yeah, all the 3 knights. So it's hard for white, but she will try somehow.
Yeah, she has won somehow the G and H pawns in a while. So we had this position, I think, with still some moves to go into the time trouble. Rook c7, both g7 and c6 are hanging. Knight c4, making some counterplay, hoping for the miracle in time trouble. Rook e2. This
Looking
is,
for some checkmates.
yeah. When the rook comes on e7, it's over. So what happened next? Yeah, this check and knight e4.
She
Like
closed the in for the rook.
But in this way, white won on g7, threatening the fork on e6. Yeah, the life wasn't very easy for Mamadova. And this is how she won the second pawn with the check. So white improved the position in the last few moves.
Okay, she's
f5.
trying.
She was threatening to give the mate. Like check and h7 or rook g7 mate. So f5 is the only move
Yeah, it's
to
another
prevent-
pawn.
to prevent this, yeah, and it's another pawn. So an exchange plus a pawn already.
Knight h4 was a very nice move.
Yeah. Sometimes knight can go back and even on the rent. Is it rent or some
Oh.
or how is it in English?
I know what you mean, but I'm not sure.
On the h file, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
On the side of the board.
Yeah, on the side of the board. Yeah. A very good move. Even.
Yeah, white is going for checkmate.
Yeah, for checkmate, so I can show a very interesting line, like exchange of the rooks. 8 mate in 2. White wants to make this, yeah, and it looks like after g5 is already over, because otherwise comes g6 and rolling stones.
Okay. So it was easier for white to play the position than I thought.
Yeah,
Yes.
after knight h4, yeah, it's over.
Mhm.
It's a very good move. Otherwise, I personally would expect maybe a quick draw in this Azerbaijan derby, because it looked like it could be enough for both of the players to qualify. The race is for the best 9 players. Best 9 players will qualify for the World Cup. So it looked like Mamadova and Fatalieva, yeah, both on 6.
That could be enough for both of them.
Yeah, it could be enough. Both of Azerbaijan, but they decided to fight in a very sharp way. So respect. So it looks like Mamadova is out of the race now, and Fatalieva can maybe aspirate even on a medal with 8 points. What comes next? So what do you mean, Natasha? Comes after rook takes d7. A little trick, I think. Why did Akaponenko resign in this position?
Well, probably she wants to play f8 and then play with 2 pieces.
Yeah, but
Against rook.
it was possible. It was possible also without d7. She could make f8
Yeah,
already
that's
now.
true. Okay.
Yeah, but she made a little combination, I think, using the intermediate check.
Some bishop and b2.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the queen f8, and then there is a
Fork.
yeah.
Yeah, this is final
That's-
touch. A very nice line, I think. Sorry, first let's check.
Yes.
a promotion of the queen
Mm-hmm.
and the fork in the end. A very nice touch with d7. Javakishvili has won this game, so Gaponenko is out of the race. Javakishvili made, I think, 7.5, but with her Buchholz, I think it's no more any chance. Javakishvili we see on 20th place currently before this round, so I don't think it's a real chance to come into the best 9. But she tried and played a good game at least. So what do you think of this position? Beduleva against Zagnidze. You are a specialist for the good night.
Yes. Well, it's not easy for black. The pawn on f4 is not something black would like in this with the rook against knight. So maybe black can try some a5, a4, maybe, just to do something with this strong pawn structure on the queen side. The truth is that if white would like to play with her rook, she probably would have to go something like rook g4, maybe rook g1, and then the white king will be, I think,
In danger. Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably winning for black,
In this position
I think. Yes.
already. I thought you preferred the knight. Maybe.
Yeah, the knight is really nice on d5, but some material is maybe more important.
Yeah, maybe. Finally, I suggested the move e3 for black to make some threats against the white king.
Mhm.
So possibly some mating net later with the checks on g5 and so on. But it looks like the f4 pawn is still a weakness, and that the black rook cannot make anything concrete. I mean, white can push the pawns on the queen side, like b4, a4, b5, to distract one of the rook there, and then to take on f4. Yeah, but the pawn can be exchanged, and I mean the draw is the more likely.
Oh, maybe black king can move.
Where?
Like I don't know, f8 and just go to the queen side.
Yeah,
Play
but
there.
if white wants to repeat the moves, it's always check on h8
Ah, that's
and
true.
go back. But
Okay.
somehow maybe, yeah, somehow,
Mm-hmm.
but in a
That's
complicated way. Yeah, so I mean, this is maybe unclear endgame. Zagnidze needs to win, of course. Yeah, this we have to say, because she was on 12th place with 6.5, but
Yes.
very good Buchholz. So if she wins, it's the only chance for her
Mm-hmm.
to qualify. So she will try. Salimova won against Mrklčian, but this is not for a qualification enough. What a nice mate. What was this? For an attack in time trouble. It was very complicated position, but now already a piece up for black. And this is the conclusion. A very good finish for Salimova. Yeah, this was the last player who had some technical chances to qualify. I mean, Maria Gevorgian, who lost the last 2 games, but still with 6.5 and very good Buchholz, had some chances, but she had to win to beat the top Serbian Injad Teodora. What do you think about this position?
Well, it's hard for black to win the position. So probably, I think white is winning.
Yeah, probably. A5 is
It's the combination of rook and bishop should be better in this position.
Yeah. So for black it's rather the mission impossible.
Yes.
Okay, and so on and so on. And then we will have a look on some Czech players. Once more we will check the second board. It looked like so nothing happened.
Okay, they make a draw.
Oh. So king g3, rook on c2. Okay. But why? This is overrook. On move number 41. Still played quickly.
Okay.
I don't know why. So black didn't want this pawn, and after this check comes rook f3, and the pawn again will be drawn. Oh, this is funny. A funny mistake of Maltsevskaya. She maybe thought it doesn't matter if she goes on c2 or on b2.
Maybe she didn't see the rook take h5 is check, but I don't know.
Maybe.
It's really move 41, so probably if she still was in the time pressure mood, I don't know, maybe because she played really fast, so the rook c2.
A strange mistake,
Yeah.
really, because otherwise, in this rook end game, she could try at least
Yes.
some chances to win this game and to be at least second. Strange mistake. Maybe she was already tired, so it means that Gurem Mamadzada had a bit of luck, and both players, Mamadzada and Maltsevskaya, they are now on 8 points. So it will be a tie between second, third, and I don't know, fourth places. But the gold medal is clear for Monika Sačko, who was leading for the most of the tournament. So surely a deserved title of her. And what about the Czech players? Natasha Richterová already made a draw in her game.
Yeah, it was
As I
fast
think.
draw.
Yeah, I had a little.
So after 2 hours.
I had little comments, but I mean nothing
Yes.
to comment.
This was a possibility.
After bishop d3,
Yeah, I've been counting the queen takes b7, but I didn't really like the position after because I thought that black has effective ways to play against the bishop and 2 pawns.
you mean to sacrifice an
Yes,
exchange?
yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
this was your
This-
idea.
Yes.
Sorry, bishop rook b8 first.
Yes.
You take on a6
And bishop takes f1.
and king takes maybe. Yeah?
Maybe the rook would be better. I'm not sure in this position, but king is okay.
King is okay.
And now I thought she will play bishop a3 to block my pawn on a2, so I can't move it to a4 and then put the bishop on b5. So I've been thinking in this position maybe something like bishop b5, just not to let the black rook to go somewhere on maybe b2. And in this position, I've been thinking maybe something like what was it? Maybe something like knight e8, and so, or maybe rook c8. I didn't like the bishop on a3, yes, because it will be hard for me to get rid of him. It will take some more moves. I don't know what to do now, because if I will put my rook on b1, it will be hard to move with the white bishop on b5, and probably she will attack the c4 pawn by the knight, something like knight e8, knight d6 maybe, and I was a bit scared that I will lose the pawn. I wasn't
But anyway,
sure.
the position is still interesting and
Yes, it is.
and rich of play. So.
But I didn't
so
feel so confident about it.
You knight e8, rook b3,
Yeah.
let's say, bishop c5, maybe.
Maybe, yes.
Knight e4. Takes.
It's not easy.
It's not easy to evaluate, at least, yeah.
Yes.
Unclear position. Okay. But we still have some more Czech players. What about Teresa Rothstein? Where is she? She made a draw against Josephine Heinemann, which is not a bad result. Yeah, this position looks like completely equal. Yeah, so Teresa might be the best Czech players.
She probably
Best
is.
Czech player with 6.5 out of 11. Yeah, I think it's the case. So congrats to her. Natálie Kaňáková.
Still in the game.
But a pawn down and
Not a nice position for white.
not a nice position, yeah. So Natalia will be lost, I think, in this position soon. Because of the bishop on a1, yeah. This piece can't move anymore. Yeah, so she will be just on 50% of points, 5.5. The next Czech player was Julia Movsesian, but she lost to Alexandra Lach. In a very sharp position, but it looks like black is a piece down simply. Yes, so something was wrong simply. Yeah. A pity for her. So Julia Movsesian out the board finished on 5 points. Anna Locka. Yeah, this might be interesting. Against Spanish national player Garcia Martin. So, if I'm not wrong, very good chances to win for Anna Locka. With a queen against 2 pieces. Is there any tactic, Natasha?
Oh, I don't see anything for white. It's probably white is losing. I think.
Yeah, I think so.
There's nothing she can do now. Maybe she sacrificed something and thought she was winning or not.
No, she was already a piece down.
Ah,
I
okay.
think Knight h5,
King f7.
king f7, the only
Yes.
move, I think, and nothing special. The pawn is simply hanging.
Mhm.
Yeah, and after bishop d5, queen
Yes.
takes e5. The only check is here. The checks are out, and the game
Yeah,
is
it's
over.
done.
So this could be a very nice win for Anna Lehocká, finishing on 6 points in this event.
Very nice result.
Very nice result for just 17 years old girl.
I think she played a great tournament here.
Sure. Michala Svobodová lost. Eliška Richterová at a draw position against Slovakian young star Lucia Ševčíková. You are an expert of rook endings, so please, could you evaluate this?
Okay, it seems that Lucia Ševčíková offered a draw after king f6, yes? Well, after king d7, I think that black could play just some check
And repetition, yeah?
yes, repetition of the moves.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
King
black.
d7, threatening c8 queen. So rook d2. She has to play, king goes away. And so on and so on. Maybe check, maybe rook
Yeah,
c2.
Simple.
Yeah. With moves repetition. Okay. What comes next? Martina Folková won against Israeli player Levitan. This is checkmate, almost. Or winning the queen.
Mhm. Well,
So
maybe.
what was this? Maybe little combination in the end.
Mhm. Looks like.
Attacking the black king. Coming into
Yes,
the
it's a pawn down.
queen endgame.
Okay,
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
couldn't she? She can't go to the d4, so. That's bad.
This loses the queen, so she had to go on f4, and this loses the queen. Anyway, after g3, king has to go here, and it's not made, but this must be enough.
Yeah, but maybe from the position with the rooks, it looks like that black queen is standing maybe not where she should be. This seems maybe a few moves sooner. Maybe black should put the queen to the defense.
Yeah, I'm not sure if black had time to do
Yes,
it.
it's I don't know. Okay. Well, maybe in this position something like go back with the queen
But
somewhere.
anyway, it's
But
not pleasant.
It's hard. It's hard because the queen must defend d6.
I mean, the only difference is in the kings in this position,
Yeah.
and the black one is not very
After
safe.
Rook e3 is nice move, and it's very problematic for black.
Yeah. A nice win for Martina Folková. What comes next? Olga Dvořáková still fighting in the rook endgame. But I'm afraid it's not a very good position for white.
Yeah, she can't play with the king somehow to try and move a pawn, but I don't know.
Yeah, after a6 comes
Okay.
of course rook a2. behind the pawn as always, and this is very difficult.
Yeah, black will probably make a free pawn, maybe.
A passed pawn, yeah, somehow.
No.
It won't be so easy, but I think it's almost won for black. Okay, rook a2 is on the board. I go a few moves behind, yeah. So Olga sacrificed the pawn on d4, but she has good activity of the pieces. This was played in time trouble of both players, as I see. So time trouble decided. The pawn is back, but the counterplay of black is here.
Yeah, she changed the knights here. Yes.
So white took 2 pawns, but lost 1, and the white king is out of the play. This is the worst.
I'm thinking if she couldn't play with the knights, something like b3 in one moment. Maybe here, maybe she could play b3. I don't know. I mean, she will take it on the before after knight takes b3, and the black rook isn't so active in the moment.
Maybe.
But it's just
Maybe b3.
or
If another option is g4, just to make a square for the king later.
yes.
Yeah, so the king doesn't need to go on the first rank, but then on g3 later.
But I think b3 is maybe okay here too, because it's now knight d3 check. So
But I go away.
yes.
And b3 now, yeah? This you mean? Maybe. Yeah.
It will take some more moves for white to take the b3 pawn. Or b3 and a6.
Yeah, but in this position, rook takes a6. I mean, knight takes b2, rook b6, threatening to take b3, attacking the knight, defending all the pawns. Yeah, this position
Knight
looks.
knight c4 looks okay, and the e3 is still.
Yeah, but it's defended.
Yeah, it's
So
probably.
So the position stays equal. I mean, but
It's better.
after rook a2, g4, yeah, g4 is a good move, but anyway, it's on the edge to lose for white. What comes next? Are there any more Czech players? Petra Sochorová made a draw against Coconova. This position was very, very sharp. This was just my analysis. But the end game finished like reversed colored bishops. That draw position. White makes only a3 and that's it. No chance to come through for anyone. Anna Maria Kobova made a draw in this position. It looks like repetition of moves almost. Yeah, she was slightly better. I mean, but in the end, King h7. What is this?
Okay, this is the final position.
Is the repetition of moves, I believe. So
Yes.
they already repeated several times. Something like this. Black was threatening to give the mate on h2.
Yes. So white must play the checks.
Yeah, so I decided to repeat the position. If the king comes to the 5th rank, I just say it's rook a5 check, at least exchanging the rooks. And white wins. So the repetition of moves is inevitable, and so on. Adela Časáková made a draw, and Sofia Přibylová.
And Markova won.
Markova won, yeah,
Yes.
but her opponent from Turkey didn't appear
Ah,
in
okay.
the tournament
I
hall.
didn't know. I
Yeah.
didn't know.
Yeah, this was my analysis, and it maybe happened. A very nice attack of Sofia Přibylová on the last board. She went for it with h4 move already. And she prepared it to sacrifice. Bishop takes h7, a typical one, spending 22 minutes for it. But it looks like she calculated all well.
It was worth it.
Yeah, it was worth it, and a nice win in the last round, I think. Knight g5, yeah. This was also my analysis some hour ago. King g8, queen h5. Threatening the mate with check on h7 and mate here. Knight f8. Yeah, I was just looking at this line. If black takes the knight, then check anyway, opening the h file, threatening g6, and mate on the last rank. And after knight f8, yeah, my conclusion was that white makes maybe g6, takes, still a piece down, but the attack is very annoying. Or what do you think? You are a specialist for defense as well?
Oh, it's a little bit disgusting position for black. I know the feeling. It's very hard for black to put the pieces like rook on a8 and bishop on c8 to the defense. So maybe white even has time for something like castling on the queen side and rook. I don't know. Maybe rook h7 looks great because it puts the black in the position when she has to play bishop f8 and probably rook h7 and bishop f8 and castling. Probably.
Yeah, castling as well.
And rook h1. There must be checkmate.
Now is black on the move in this
Yes,
position,
okay.
so
Sorry.
maybe still she can still do something, but the threat is rook h7 and queen and queen back on h5, I think, yeah, in this position. But maybe bishop f8 at once.
Not rook. Maybe rook h3. It doesn't need to be h7 now.
But it's enough. It's enough.
Yes,
Anyway.
I think.
It's enough. It wins
I mean,
the queen for the rook after queen f7 always.
Yeah.
It's the only defense. I mean, you were right. The long castle is also a possibility. Let's say queen somewhere.
I don't know,
It
e7.
doesn't
or
matter.
d7.
Now
Yes, castling.
castle. Let's say queen f7.
Yes, rook h8.
This
it's
wins the queen
really enough.
and gives mate in the next
Yes.
move. Anyway. A typical attack. So after knight g5 check, in the game happened king g8, queen h5. Anyway, knight f8, queen f7, and h5. This is very nice. This is typical. A big career for the h pawn. Using the rook behind. Very powerful move. h6 is the method. So Kochavi resigned in his position, and we can just show for the audience. Comes h6, and black can decide either a mate with the pawn check or with the queen check in his position. After h6 is nothing to do.
Yes, really a nicely played by Sofia.
Yeah. A very nice win in the last round. So let's go back. All the games are decided already on the top boards. Yeah, so it looks like the only one is Inyats against Gevorgian, this amateur player from Armenia, seeded as number 63, but playing the last rounds on the top boards. This was our position half hour ago. F5, G5, the only chance to make some counterplay, I believe. Hoping for the miracle with black pieces. F pawn of white is the most dangerous one. Who knows? Maybe some miracle. It's not so easy, is it? King G7. So maybe it's not so easy. After Rook A8 is always knight G6 check. So defending the square of protection, and anything can happen next.
But probably
next Rook F2.
King F5 here.
Anyway,
Yes, because now I can probably play Rook G8 check and take the knight. So otherwise I will play maybe, I don't know what black wants to play, knight F8 or what.
Knight F8 is it's the
somehow
only
safe,
move
but
almost.
I think that now I can just play king takes G5, and after that somehow take A5, and I can sacrifice, I think, the bishop maybe for the H pawn if it will be needed. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like.
I think it's still winning forward.
Should be. Just one silly line that came to my mind, but it should be lost anyway. I will just show. Check here. Rook takes the knight. H2, the last hope, but
Okay, we'll just check.
but Rook gives check on H file, and it's over after Rook H3 or something. Okay. But it didn't happen. And after King G7 comes King F5.
This is much better because now black can't even play knight G6.
Okay. Rook F2. King takes the pawn. H3, the only chance. Rook F6. What is this? Nothing special. Yeah. Threatening F8 queen with check. Knight E6 check. Hoping for bishop takes and rook takes the rook. And a draw. But of course, this didn't happen. Rook takes. This desperate check. H2. Still some ideas. I mean, Rook H6 maybe doesn't work so well because of this check.
That's funny.
Yeah, this is funny. This
But
is maybe draw.
Maybe, but I think.
King G5.
And what is King G3? So maybe they will have queens both.
Yeah.
So maybe King G3 works. like king
Mhm.
takes rook, and then
Mhm. Yeah. It works as well.
queens, but
Mhm.
white should win the position.
Of course, yeah. It works as well. Okay. So it's winning anyway. After h2, white promotes the queen, goes
Yeah.
behind the pawn.
This should be enough.
Yeah, this must be enough. Even at the right corner on
Mhm.
a8. So it's no chance. So a bad luck for Maria Gevorgian. She will lose the third game in a row. A bad finish, but what to do? So the last thing before the coffee break, we can check if the ranking list is on. Not yet. But anyway, I will thank Natasha Richterová for coming here and helping me with chess stuff and with English. Thank you. And we will make a coffee break now.
Have a nice evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here for the last time today because almost all of the games are finished. 2 more games are still on, but they will not decide the outcome of the top places. We are still waiting for the final list, for the final ranking. This is still not available, but most likely, not most likely, surely the gold medal goes to Poland, to Monika Sočko, which made 8.5 out of 11, a great result and a big applause for her. The other medals, there is a tie on 8 points, namely Mkrtčyan Lilith, Mamadzada, Malcevskaya, Bulmaga, Fatalieva. All these have 8 points, but considering the Buchholz cut after 10 rounds, it looks like, and it's very likely, that both medals, it means silver and bronze medal, goes to Azerbaijan. I would bet on Mamadzada for silver and Fatalieva on bronze medal. Concerning the other places, the other 9 places, the qualification for the World Cup, it's still not so clear. But I have got an information from the team of organizers that there will be a live coverage, a live stream from the final ceremony, which starts at 8 o'clock, and the link to this stream you will find here, online coverage page, or the second link will be in this information section under news. So you can find it, and once again it starts at 8 o'clock this evening. From the Czech point of view, our players finished not so badly, but I will name just the first 3 of them. On 6.5 points is Tereza Rothstein. This is a big success for her, and maybe a comeback after 2 little children she has to care of. On the second place is 17 years old, a big prodigy of Czech Republic, Anna Lhocká, which made 6 points out of 11. No draws at all, only wins and losses. And on the third place is Natalia Kaniakova with 5.5, so 50% of the points. So this is, I think, all from myself. I thank you very much for your attention, and good luck in the next events. Bye.